Alrighty. Hmm. think that's it. Let's see if I used to work here. There we go. Waiting on the hot stick to heat up. This camera works pretty good. This is let's see, I've got the camera 6.5 inches from the looking at here. The board. 16, 17 centimeters. Hey, Salmonus. Using the Anchor. My camera is an Anchor 2K camera. Of course, it's, you know, the stream's downsizing it to 1080, but seems to work pretty well. I've got one issue with the LED lights I have. If it's just shines on the white, I'll get, without like something else in there, something of contrast, I'll get interference patterns. I've actually got it zoomed in a little bit. Let's see if I can. This is the standard frame. That's all the way in. Um, I'm gonna install these dip switches on this Arduino, get it tied in. This is my next version of foot pedal. So this will be a selectable with these. Basically, you got an 8-bit selector here, hardware selectable. So 255 or 256 options, I guess, is 0. Um, so my push to talk foot pedal that I do. I haven't got it I haven't got the code worked out yet, but I've got it in my mind where I'll probably go with it. But I want to get this. I gotta get this hardware put together, and then so I'll get this soldered in, and all these all these sides over here, all these pins on this side, are gonna go to ground. And then, depending on what you have selected in there, you'll have to make a table. You can change the keys that the push foot pedal uses. So default, I think I'm gonna go F13. So with them all off, 0 will be 13. And then we'll go up from there. I can put, any key, left control, left shift, right shift, alt keys, left, right. Then all the, basically any key on the keyboard. And then I'm going to have some left over, right? Because you got what? Probably use all the keys, close to 104. Then F13 through F24. And then I'm going to put some joystick buttons in there so you can select up. So you can have your push to talk as a joystick button if you want. No software required. This is the box for it. And then this is the cap of the box, the window here, to be able to select the dip switches. I'm debating on screw wise to hold it on. I'm debating on one screw in the middle, maybe 2 screws opposite. Beat a silicone all the way around the edge would work too. See that smoke that's going up my, getting drawn away? That's because I got my exhaust working. Just off screen here, there's a edge of the pipe. There it is. I marked an inch and a centimeter here, so people know the scale. Like that one. There it goes. Yep, I didn't like that third one out. Cold soldered. It's a cardboard. Should have done this from the back side, I think, anyway. So next time I do this, I'll do the one on the front side to stop or to get it set. Then I'll do them from the back side. An extra half a millimeter shaved off back wall. Because if this thing slides back in the, it's loose in the holes when you solder it. So if this is slid back a little bit with the play, I need probably, like I said, an extra half a millimeter probably on that. See, that's right. Just a Let's see, where are my little files at? I'm in a file drawer. It's prototype, yes. The next one will make some adjustments. I had to put these, actually, I think it already has it in there. I had to drill these holes for the, for some solder points that I'm going to have. I had it in the plan, but didn't have it enabled in the cutout. CAD went. I have to make that window just a little bigger. I actually like to have a little bevel in there too. Because you gotta, you got to get in there with a stick, right? Stick. or knife blade. Snug. I think what I'm gonna do is on the where'd it go? On the floor. Is I'm gonna run my ground wire on the inside because there's space in there. I mean, I could bend those down, but this way we won't have lumps on the outside. We'll put it on the inside and bring it around to this. Focus. Focus. Come on. Oops. A lot of that shit. Now this gets tricky because this wire heats up when you solder it. So as I heat one up in the next one, the heat can transfer down the wire and cause the other solder to come loose if I'm not quick about it. Too much motion. Hold it still. Trying to work out a process here. Might be the way. There's one. It was talking about how it breaks off. I just thought of what I should do. I should weave it in and out. Maybe. I don't like how this is going. Oh, let's see. This is why we make prototypes, so we learn a process. I should have started with this hole. There we go. This one looks weak. I think that's better. Focus. Come on, focus. I'm gonna come up with a better way for that. Captain Antcar. You know how hard it is to file oak? Yeah, I had to get back in the laboratory today because I've uh been playing too much, not producing enough. Oh, that's better. We'll mash that down, but we'll wait till we get it done. So, let's see, where's that other ground? We got a ground there, and we're going to use the tin spot, and we have to do pedal next. Pedal wires. So, top. This is the foot pedal. These are the wires. Let's see. Run in like this. Nice and tight and snug. that down. Hmm. It's pretty heavy gauge wire in here. It's tricky. Now hopefully I can stick those in those holes. Yay! Oh, I should double check. I think it's in the ground hole. Make sure. Yep. Alright, now we can do is hope that those are good solders. I think they are. And then it's fish time. So, like this. Hardware in, and then we'll feed the right. Let's go back to all the way down. It's all the way down. Back a little bit. Squish that down. Go. Push those down. We're ready. Start coating. What do you think? Focus. There it is. Sticking up. So, flex on that. I had to put a few little extra tolerances in there. Yay! I'm gonna have to re-explore. There's a thing you can do in Arduino programming. It's called program memory, progmem, and um, it allows you to put, like, if you have need a table, like an array of variables, which I'm gonna need for all the keyboard keys and then the joystick keys that I want to program, the 255 or 256 options. That God, I could probably put a mouse button in there too. Now that I'm thinking about it, why not, right? Keyboard, joystick, or mouse buttons. Anyway, this table is it's what it does. Instead of using the RAM on it, puts it up in the program memory, so it's not in the active memory that's used by the. Not that I'm going to be using much anyway. but it's just a better utilization of memory, and it makes it easy to, say, build a table of something. Hmm. Let's see what else I got on the bench. Oh, 'cause I do have one more thing I want to do. That's kind of convenient. I'm looking for pins right now. Too much stuff. Keep your project straight. Yep, these will work. Hmm. Set this aside. Some coating later. So what is this? It's teensy. 4.1. What are we gonna do with it? Oh, no wonder I can't see. These are my big glasses. Or my, not super glasses. Let's put the super glasses on. There we go. Now I can see better. So, gonna do here. Gonna put that like that. That's gonna be one shot. stuff on the other side. Look at all the little on this thing. So the plan I have for this is to make my button box. This is going to be the next, hopefully, if I can operate it correctly. This will be my next gen button box if I get to it. I need a surfboard thingy. Aha! Oh, look, I had a diagram. Look at that. See, I even drew up plans for it. Macrobox 2.0. We got a teensy. We got an LED screen. We're going to add some MCP 23017 boards for the button board. Put a couple encoders on it probably. And then we're going to upgrade the micro USB to USB-C connector because this doesn't have a C connector on it. Ain't that cool? So what we're going to do, need a coffee. I got a Coke. Here. Let's hold it for us. Soldering. Let's see, and right there, a row. That's a lot of soldering in all those pins, buddy. I don't have just a Coke. I've got Mexicoke. Oh, I forgot I turned it off. Oh, now we gotta wait. No, this has got 100% cane sugar. It's just like 1978. You see my foot pedal T that I was working on earlier? That was the start of this stream. This is the Magic, one of my Magic foot pedals. What do you use a foot pedal for? Well, it plugs into your computer via this little USB port here. It's USB-C, see, so it's more robust. Input USB-C cable. lay this on the floor, and then you can use this for push to talk. So like when you're in game, um, you can program because it's got these hardware dip switches in it. So you can select what key you want, do your push to talk, set it and forget it. And the default's going to be the F13 key. And then I'm also going to make it, I think, basically any key, um, some joystick buttons as well. And I think I'm going to add mouse buttons. So you'll be able to dial those up. I think I'll have enough. Inside of it. So this is all ready for coding. I haven't coded this yet. This is a new version. Um, I've made foot pedals before, and they were just single. If you wanted to change the key, you had to basically reload the program, reprogram it. But this will be I'll have a code basically. It's binary code with these diff switches, but I'll have a code sheet that you can dial up. Basically, what key you want, and then that'll set on the floor. And if you have more than one, you can have two different keys. I'm trying to lose weight too. I budget 150 calories for a Coke. I'm trying to get back in the swing with a weight loss drop. I've dropped. I started dieting in August, and I've lost 24 pounds since then. But some people probably heard me talk about it. November threw me off, and then the holidays. So I've been just holding steady, not climbing but not losing, bouncing between, say, I don't know, 213, 214, 215, somewhere in there, 215 sometimes. I don't know how many screws I want to put in that lid. I don't know if one will be enough. One right in the middle. Let's see if the hot stick's hot enough. Yeah, smoke's going up. I got my exhaust fan pulling it up and out. I think it needs to get a little hotter. This one's gonna be a big project. But I need to get these pins on here so I can do a proof of concept because I've got a different screen. This thing is a lot more powerful than a regular Arduino, but it also operates at a lower voltage, like a 3 volt, 0.3 volt. Oh, no, it's all right. Yeah, I got your scale here, 1 inch and 1 centimeter. This for Europeans, a centimeter. So you know what I'm working with, how big it is. Those 4 fingers. This camera's not bad. You get to focus. One ring to rule them all. Come on, focus. There we go. That's like 4 inches away from the camera. This is 7 inches from the camera. I'm using a Anchor. What is it, like Anchor C200 or something? A 2K camera. Although I'm broadcasting at 1080. Has just, let's see. Yeah, it's got a slight delay in it. Let's see. Close. Open. Close. Open. All right, we're probably hot now. Trick is getting the solder without like killing it. You gotta have, can't just touch the tip to the thing to be able to melt the solder. You gotta have some solder on the tip to transfer the heat, basically like a liquid. It's a liquid. And then that touches the metal points that you want to add solder to and heats them up. And then when I add this to it, this one here, this melts and it has flux in it, which helps it flow. Like that one. It looks like a cold solder on there. Much on it. Pins are the tricky part. You got pins heated up. Start touching them first before I touch the board.
Oh, you like subs? I like subs. Subs
Ooh,
are
give me
cool.
a sub. AJ, too breezy. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Much appreciated. Uh-oh. Did I just... Is there a... Oh! Lucky Beach is giving away gift subs. Thanks, Beach. Much appreciated to you. I think I need a separate alarm for the gift sub thing so I know to look because I'm so dumb. Lucky throwing money. Doing my electronics and my working on my revised. Well, I got to get these pins soldered on here so I can do some proof of concept work. And if the proof of concepts work out, then this may be a project that is a revised version of my button box. Oh, Mr. Salmonist, look at you. Gift subbing out there. Appreciate it. God damn. What I got? Just a couple more and I get my fucking beat my goal. What we got? I don't know if those are registering or not. Ahead. They're going up. The other day, Dora slapped some gift subs on me, and the counter didn't keep up with it. It lost count. Actually, the another project I have in mind. I've been because I haven't done it in a while. Holy shit! God damn it! Beach Stow, sling us some more. Oh, thank you. Hype train! I don't think I've ever had a hype train before. Ever. I'm in the big time now. I am somebody. Things are gonna start happening to me now. That's a shitty, like a shitty solder there. It's so hard to tell because my eyes suck. Let me bring it up close here. Don't like that. Hello, you fucker. I don't know. I'm just a nobody, just doing my thing, sharing it with people. Anyway, I started to say the other project that I want to start working on. I had the bug hit me the other day because I haven't played Flight Simulator in a while, and I've got the parts to do. Um, well, I've always had the parts. I've got the parts for it. The big thing was the screen, but um, in modern aircraft and in many of the flight sim aircraft, there's one of the radios that's in there is a Garmin GNS 530, the GPS and com radio system, and I want to build one for my flight sim setup. And what's cool is Flight Simulator has all the little LCD screens. If any gauge has an LCD screen, you can like undock that and put it on another monitor. So I picked up little monitors that are 5 inches, and the aspect ratio is like 300 by 400, and I think it's like 800 by 600 pixels. Anyway, you can move the gauge over to it and then maximize it. So the 5 inches is the exact size of the gauge, and so it's kind of cool. It just has to have um, it just has to have an HDMI connection to it, right? So like a video card port. So I tested it. I had an extra video card that I put in my machine because I've got 4 monitors already, and I tested it. It was an NVIDIA 750, but it caused me problems with my cameras flickering in stream. Um, so I was curious whether I was having computer problems, so I decided to start an upgrade process, and I have components to upgrade my computer, keeping the same video card, but basically new motherboard, new processor, memory, all solid state drives, keeping the same video card. But the Intel chip I have has the onboard video, and I'm wondering if I can um, undock that gauge and put it on. Run the HDMI from the chips, the processor's video card, and run it on that without having problems. So I'll have to test it. Spitting on it. If not, I'll have to add a secondary video card. Catch you later, Beach, and thanks again, man. Probably not here to hear this. Rambling on while I solder. Good. This shit splatters. Concerned about that a little bit. The flux soldering iron too hot. Sometimes it spits. Hold it up to the camera so I can see it better. These things are amazing. It's actually got ports on here. I don't know if it's here, here, or here. I think it might be there. You can hook up a it's got a uh, RJ45 connector, so you can. It's actually got a network built into it. Internet. I think it's only a 10100, but still. It would be a good strong unit for like a home automation if you wanted to. And it's got pads back here for extra things. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So it's got a USB host. So like if you wanted to plug a keyboard into it, this is the Ethernet. Can't remember what those are. Actually, I should have just left it in this thing. Level 1 hype train. Damn. Let's see. Let's do it. Oh yes, the screen. Where's the screen at? Yeah, so this is the screen that we're going to use for this. Is a 3.2 inch 240 by 320. So if this works, well, we'll just have to see where I go from there. Again, this is proof of concept. I think it's just a 3 volt as well. I have to look this up again. Actually, it's a touchscreen. Comes with a stylus and everything. Not that I use that aspect of it. What are these for, you ask? Well, this is that crappy USB. They think they're going to start making them with the USB-C connectors, but they don't have them yet. Or maybe they're just coming out. When I bought this, they didn't have them. So I got this, which is the micro or whatever, USB. So I'll plug this in like this, and then wire this to the other side, and then place this someplace, and then I'll have USB-C connector, which, because this has a the SD card on this, it needs to be accessible. So I really can't have this on the edge, because then I won't be able to access this without like putting some kind of back I can take off. What I'd like to do is locate this up to the edge of the board someplace. like the other one. Maybe face it like this, and then I can run this around and run wires around. And that way I can take the card, put the card in and out, have it accessible from the back. That's the idea anyway. But first things first, which is to see if we can program this thing. See if I didn't kill it, and see if I can program it. Look up how to hook this screen up again. Run some code with it, and integrate all the little pieces. What else we got in here? Why some of them good Arduinos? Oh. So these pins here, across here is on off program, ground, 3.3 volt, and battery. Use a 3 volt coin cell for date and time and power management. Freedom of Information Act. Most people just take a metal rod and go out there and probe. Start with where do the sewer pipes go out of the house? Well, we got this primed. Anyway. But coating our foot pedal is going to be the next thing we're going to do. Let's turn off the hot stick. Okay, it is off. Time is it? Should have only been doing this for $1.50. Find that other screen. It's a little more involved. got a bunch of controls to it and everything. It's like a little monitor. So my other Arduinos. Yes. Oh, fiber. Lucky you. Still waiting on them to bring it in the neighborhood. It's a couple 100 feet behind my house. There's a This has got like remote control crap to it. There's the house behind mine is on the major road frontage. Got a remote. Good. And they have access to fiber, and I don't yet. Oh my goodness, look at this. Like free floating monitor. It's got BGA, it's got RCA, it's got HDMI. 2 screens, 2 remotes. So there's 2 of them here, sandwiched together. These are going to be, why do you have 2? Because if you're going to buy one, buy 2. Sometimes if you're going to buy one, buy 10. Do what I do. So these can hook up so you can control the screen. You need, got menu, it's got power, source, so you can change the source. Man, look at that. And this IR receiver. The little remote controls can work. I won't need all that stuff. Need it to just to shine. So the other thing that is this size, the other type of screen that is this size, which very few of you will probably know what I'm talking about, but the FMC or FMS in a 737, the flight computer to program everything in, same screen size. Yeah, I dig it. That's why I got, well, for my wife's business and because we got autism in the house, I've got 2 cable companies. There are 2 tech cable companies in my neighborhood, and I subscribe to both of them just for internet, no TV. So I've got a router that's has failover function. Well, I have because of flight sim, I've got a 737, I've got an autopilot for 737, and I've always talked about wanting to build an FMS or FMC, whatever you want to call it. I think an Airbus is called something else, but CDU. But I've just never done it. doing the GPS, the 530 will be um, probably a step towards that. I'll do that first, and then evaluate how much fun I'm having. And then if I want to uh, explore to the other one, I might. They've got people make like they've got pre-made like face plates and stuff for the FMC. So all I'd have to do is do the button array up underneath, and which is all stuff I've done before, so that wouldn't be difficult. Yeah, but a 750 is more complicated, and it's a bigger, different screen, touch screen, and all that shit, isn't it? Is it not? Did I still fly VORs and NDB sometimes? Definitely do VORs. Fuck that tablet shit. uh, that's fine. I mean, tablet's fine for people if they want to do that. I don't. You know me. I like to build my own toys. That's part of the fun, right? Where am I at? There I am. Oh, yeah. I don't play X-Plane anymore. I'm not gonna probably waste any time on it. Although I do like. Part of the reason I'm not gonna waste time on it is because it's very difficult to get my toys to play, work with it. I've done it, but it's a lot more work. I haven't found. Well, haven't been willing to put the effort, time, energy, and effort into it. So I should shut my vent system off. So this is a pipe that sucks the fumes up, picks them up through a blower in this box, then up and out through the corner. I got my rod up there, and then inside that pipe there's a plunger that goes all the way to the outside, or to the edge of the outside, so it keeps the air from backing up in the pipe. And then I've got power supply that's running the blower. It's 24 volt. And then I've got, this is the control unit, which is a pulse width modulator hooked up to a rheostat potentiometer. I've got it on low right now. And then I've got the AC power up underneath and that board. So turn that off. And then come up here, push my plunger in, and then it's all blocked off so the cold air doesn't come in from the outside and fill the pipe.
That's my CNC machine.
It's a water-cooled spindle, so it's not quite as loud. And that's what I carve all my little goodies out with. So I can see. I know something I can do. I'm going to move the camera around. Put it over on the other side. What's he doing? Actually, I need to unzoom that. I have a wider field. Whoop. Let's see. This. Pick this up. Pick this up. I'm getting cold again. I'm so cold. Now, what do we do with this? We got this in the way. We can't do things. Oh, I don't know. Let's go like this. Put it back on the fume box. There we go. And we can stow this away. I got a whole table over here full of shit. This is my mouse. I'm gonna need this. Here. Oh, it's one form of it, I suppose. Scrap wire there. Wire cutters and pliers go in here because we got a little sign here that says wire cutters, strippers, plier, blades, and scissors. Organized. Look, a blade. Screwdriver. Where screwdrivers go? Down here? Yep, screwdriver's in here. Screwdrivers, nut driver. Little mirror. Where's my magnet? Magnet. I need a place for these that I don't forget. I'm going to put these in the pin cup. Now, after I get this foot pedal built, well, it's built. After I get this foot pedal programmed, and let my kid test it, and I'll build myself one and test it pretty well, run it through its paces. Probably use clear plexiglass instead of the red. I just put the red on there because it was kind of cool. I wanted to see how well the red cut and how well it looked. But once I get this process worked out better, I think I'm going to offer them for sale. I need to clear space over here because we're going to do some building. You asked me if I'm serious about building pedals. It's full of pedals. I spent my last Twitch payout on that. I need staples. My stapler ran out. It's the red 3-line stapler. Dry the rain. I put it in Intel i5 in my wife's computer that I built for her. It's functioning well. Let's see, these hardware pieces. Is it here? Yep. There's those scissors. This stuff always comes in handy somewhere. Oh. But it's just going to lay around and pile up until I throw it away. This is where I have all my electronic stuff. This cabinet here. I've got Arduinos here. Of course, I've got a bunch on that table too. I've got God, I got a lot of shit. I need to start building some novelties and sell this shit. Let's see, glasses. I need these. These I won't need. This. That up there. That there. Lower these down. Computer screws. I save all the screws. Wi-Fi antennas. Where do I want to put these? Here for now. Let's see. Tape. Tape drawer. Unlabeled. Wires. Trying to think where I want to put things. Screws that I'll never ever use. Oh, shit. My dog leash. Put these in the motherboard box. Here's a pro tip. You build a new computer, always keep the if you get rid of everything, most everything else, keep the motherboard box for power supply wires, stuff if you don't use it, if it's modular. You don't use all the power supply wires. Keep them together with the motherboard for that computer because they're generally not compatible across different power supplies. Extra screws and everything. That we always have everything for that build. And then if you need spare parts for new builds or whatever, you might have them. Okie dokie. Shit, more screws. What's up, Jericho? Well, I just did some solder work, and now I'm going to build a poor man's um, monitor mount. That's what's up. Let's see what we get down here to work with. Need some shitty wood, shitty walk. I was gonna cut this in half, but I don't need to because I got these little thingies. Got this old monitor. I've got a mount system for it. I lost the bottom to it that I took off, but I mounted. And so I want to place it somewhere. So I'm going to make a mount to basically put it level with this monitor over here. Up there, about like that. Let's take the dividers off of it, shall we? And then oh, here it is. So this is the what the mount slides into. So this will go kind of like that. And then we just need some wood on here to keep this from going, right? Poor man's monitor mount stand. Also, don't want to take up too much space either. I had thought about when I thought about this before using some plywood that I had. Scrap. But if I don't have to cut anything, this is kind of overkill, but actually that could be the vertical as well. Hmm. Hmm. I said I could do it down and dirty, but I'm just overanalyzing it. Let's see what we got. I wonder if that'd be sturdy enough just to have one of those on one side and leave the other side open. I bet it would. Well, let's try that. Something something kind of dirty, and then we can always take screws out, right? Hey, who's that? Cat's in 95. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the collective, y'all. Let's see for placement. Let's look at that. So it's kind of custom, right? Stick out far though. All the way back. It's the wall. I think that might work. I think I like that. Screws. Wrong drawer. Where put the screws? Screw bits. Not labeled. Here they are. Oh, let's see. I got some big damn 3-inch drywall screws. These things are heavy duty. I've also got some deck screws. Normally when I put 2x4s together, I use deck screws. I'm gonna use the drywall screws. So we're just we did some soldering earlier, and I'm doing a down and dirty monitor mount project right now. The question is whether this will split on me. Might split too. Come out of there. We'll drill some pilot holes. Vacuum. Tell us about your vacuum system, Fess. Okay, I will tell you about the vacuum system. As you can see, we have a state-of-the-art vacuum system that used for the CNC machine, and it's usable for other things as well. State-of-the-art? Well, state of the hack. Let's say that. I had to make the noise every time I move it. See the tube up there? That goes to a shop vac that's out in the garage. This house used to have a central vac system that pulled, but the central vacuum died and I didn't replace it. But I utilized the pipe, I cut it because we don't use it. So anyway, I've got the plumbing that goes out to the garage. Got my shop vac out there, intake, right, pulls up through here. I've got a bucket here to collect the dust and chips and things so it doesn't fill up the shop vac out there. Plumbed in, so, and then the export on the on the shop vac, the expulsion air, instead of dumping it in the garage, it goes. There was a port already out there for the house vac, so I've got that piped in, plumbed in, so it blows outside. Why do you need to do that? Well, because when I cut acrylic on the CNC machine, the vacuum sucks up the fumes, because whenever you cut acrylic, you get these fumes come off, which aren't great. Which I've got a vent system, but I'm using the vacuum anyway, so the vacuum's going to suck them up. And this way, it doesn't throw those fumes in the garage. It takes them and throws them outside, and that works pretty well. That's why I pre-drilled it, so it don't split. A 100%. Gotta look this way. I got the live feed over there. That's a delay over here. Why do I have so many screens up? Well, this is on another computer, so I can read the chat. I got chat over here too. Best guess, Mr. Spock. This could end up going sideways on me if I'm not careful. But again, this is a dirty operation right here. I don't have sponsors, but I have to say I love my DeWalt 20-volt drill. It's great. I've talked about this before. Never, ever, 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 ever had one. Was thought, nah, it's just the batteries go bad on these things. And this was years ago, right, when they first came out. And I was just like, I wasn't like, why would I want a battery powered drill when I could just run a cord, right? And then I bought one a year or so ago, and then I'm like, this is great. Got two batteries, so I keep one charged. Feels pretty good. A little bit. Could put feet on it. All right, let's judge this size height thing here. Let's see, that goes all the way to the top. So the top should be good. Right there. Somewhere about in there. Put one screw in, and then we'll let it hang to get it level, and then we'll put the other screw in. Oh, let's see. Need a shorty. Is it short enough? How good that bubble is on that. Guess I can move it, right? Tighten that up a little. There we go. Oh, let's see. Where did I put Allen wrenches? They're in here. Bag o' Allen wrenches. This one? It's the one? It is. Look at that. Let's see, how's that look? Kind of hangs that way a little bit. Oh. But we're going to put this that there. And then we'll just put a one to hold it on the side. Leave that bottom one loose. There we go. Fucker's still crooked. It's not like I'm going to be sitting here looking at it all the time. Just not perfect. I should put one over here. That falls. If this goes off the edge, the thing's coming forward. Oh, now I just thought of what I should have done. I can still do it. I should take this off. Take a piece of plywood that's a little bigger than this. Or two pieces of this, right? Put this on like that. So the plywood's drilled up through the bottom, and that way it can't come forward. Beep-a-deep. That's such a better solution. No, I don't. This actually costed me here. If I put a piece of plywood like this, right? It comes out a little bit, but I can put things on it. It bugs the shit out of me. I'm gonna have to fix it. I can't handle it. Because the way this is, if this gets over here, oh, it's coming down. Or I could put a tabletop up here like this. Hello, Zeus. How are you? I have not seen you in much time. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. But see, that takes up workspace as well. That's why I was thinking if I had the flat, that would probably be the way to go. That's better. Yep. I don't want to screw it to the table. All right, let's look for that piece of plywood that I want to put down there. We have some. Question is, recycle this old baby. This is kind of big, kind of derpy. Boy, need all that extra wood on there. This piece of wood, I keep it because it holds a place in my heart. This is what I used to mount on my desk. I had this extend off, and this is what I used to mount my wheel and yoke and everything too. And then I had a switch box that went underneath it. Yeah, I got these scrap pieces as well. We go. We go the 2-foot method. Look like crap. Inviting people into your laboratory to look and see what you got going on. And you put something up like that. How long is that piece? Gotta dig deep. That's a big piece of plywood. I'd hate to waste that on that. That's too good. That's too good of a piece of plywood for that. That's way too big. This is like 32-inch TV kind of, or 32-inch or 40-inch monitor kind of piece of plywood. Maybe we'll just leave it like this for now, and then we'll try this for a while and evaluate how much fun we're having. How's that sound? That sounds like a plan. Let's see if this actually got just HDMI or DVI cables. This is a display port. I'm not sure. Oh, look, piece of candy. Halloween candy. Can't remember what's on this video card. What do we got? You know what? There is a. We're going to use that. We're going to save this cable. I'm not even sure there's a display port cable on there or not. But I've got another. DVI cable. Lots of DVI cables. DVI to HDMI. Guess sometimes you need it. See how long these are. Let's see, power cable. A little longer, but I don't think I need longer. Let's see, power cable that we can use for other things because we cut the end of it. Ooh, what do we got here? Let's see. HDMI cable. Here. One's longer. This one. Three of them are the same size. That's the project for you. This is the laboratory, down and dirty, man. That's the project for today, anyway. Um, I did. I got my see it? Yes, my foot pedal. I got it all soldered and ready to go. So if I have time today, I'm going to start coding on this and get this worked out. So get this process down, right? I know I just in dealing with this, I can see some improvements I'm going to need to make. That's part of it, right? And then maybe I'll put some together for anybody that wants to buy one. Smirk. Maybe I could give them away. I could use them for stream giveaways. Alrighty. Let's see. Power. And one more thing plugged in. Oh, looky there. Yes, for push to talk or anything else you want it for. Foot pedals. Um, Here we go. This is a shitty monitor. It needs cleaning too. It's filthy. See? In here. Travesty. Go. Mouse working. I can drag this. Oh, look, it's already lined up. Now I can see the chat right here in front of me. So, so yeah, the foot pedal is push to talk. I've made them before, and I've been using one for years. In fact, the first was like one of the first ones I did. Um, different pedal. It was I mean, it was same brand, but just a different style pedal. I like these black ones. They're all metal, so they just have a nice feel to them. It was kind of low profile, but for if you're near a traffic controller on say VATSIM, it's a must have for realism. But if you play GTA Online and use push to talk, you can use it for that too. That's what I use it for that. Anything where I have push to talk in a game, I use my foot pedal for. And then you can also simultaneously set this up. So, like, say if I'm sitting in a Discord channel with people, which I often do, and I'm in game and we're having a conversation, I don't have push to talk in Discord. Usually, I have the mics open, just voice activated. But this, you can assign it to whatever your push to talk is in game. You can in Discord, you can make it push to mute. So as I press this down, it'll mute Discord channel, and then when you let go of it, it's unmuted. The plan with this one is because I've got 8 dip switches in it. I can we can make it any key on the keyboard, and even keys you don't have on your keyboard. So F13 through F24 are available. Default's going to be F13. That's kind of what I call it, my F13 foot pedal. And then I'll go ahead and program in. So basically you can dial it up on these dip switches. Doesn't require any extra software. You plug it in. It's all hardware driven. If you'll need a code sheet. I'll have to publish it, but and whatever. But code sheet to know what the hell button it is. Default's going to be F13. I'm going to include joystick buttons. So I'll put a number of joystick buttons in there, so those can be used for push to talk if that's something you want. The other thing that I think I'm going to include, because it can be more than just push to talk, the other thing I think I'm going to include is maybe be able to select some mouse buttons, like maybe 1, 2, 3, and 4 on mouse buttons. Maybe 5 or 6 if it's in the library. So we'll see. I haven't done it. I've done keyboard stuff with joystick stuff before, but I haven't done simultaneous keyboard, mouse, and joystick. So that would be a new territory for me if I put that in there, because all the library has to be loaded and everything to code it, and then to make sure if you dial it and switch it up that it'll work. So, what next? We got that monitor working. My wife, her old computer, she needs me to hook that up. That's part of the reason I got this thing set up, because she needs some other more data off of it. Where to put this? We'll put it here for now. So yeah, if you dial this up as a mouse button, you can make it your right click, your left click. If you're really lazy and you don't want to use your finger, or maybe you got bad crampy fingers, and you can make a mouse 1, right? And you just press your foot pedal down and slide your mouse, or vice versa, right click. You get 2 of them. Put 2 of them. One right click, left click. All right, video cables. Power cables. Shit, I'm all tangled up now already. That's not a power cable. Video cable. Ah! So let's see recap here. I soldered the pins on this thing, but I got it plugged into this board because I'm going to do some stuff with it. It's proof of concept. That's what we did earlier this morning, as well as soldering the foot pedal guts. You didn't see earlier. I'll bring it up so you can see the dip switches. Let's see, this way. There we go. Let me double check that. Be interesting. Probably gonna have to make the port wider. Screwdriver should work. Actually, that works really good. Little screwdriver. Provided all my soldering is functional, I think it will be. That I didn't fry the switches or anything, get them too hot, which I don't think I did. Oh, what comes with? What does it come with? Let's see, where they at? Where's it at? Here they are. Check it out. Let's double check the distance on these. 6 feet. Should be 4. So that's, these are either, it should be 10 feet or close to it. I don't know how the measurement's done. So this can sit on your floor basically anywhere, and this should be able to reach your computer with a 10-foot cable. USB-C. USB-C little end, and then your regular USB-A on the other end. The other, here's a design question. I'm not sure what I want to do. So this is just being held on by friction currently. We'll need a screw. I can cut a screw hole, countersunk, put a screw in. Question is, yes. The question is, how many screws? I could put one right here in the middle that would do the job. And it would be, you know, because this is all beveled, right? I suppose I should experiment with this one, put one screw in, see how it works. I mean, the other thing, I mean, you could go 4, which would be kind of overkill, or you could go 2 in the corners. One would be Spartan, but it goes right in the middle. I mean, even one in the corner should hold it. I think the middle is probably the best bet with this cable, because this cable's got a little bit of fatness to it. Although I think there's probably maybe a 1/2 millimeter distance between the bottom of this and the top of this in here. Yeah, it sits flat. That's why I think I'm going to go with 1. That's what I'll do for this one. I'll experiment. This this design will be modified over time, I'm sure. One of the things I would like to do maybe is, especially if I start selling them, is get to the point of personalizing them. But that's just it's just an idea, right? I got a laser etcher. Could stain it. All that requires more time, energy, and effort, though, right? So, fuck it. You want your initials in it? You get your pocket knife and you go to work when I send it to you. I'm not putting any feet on it. Fuck that. This thing's meant to sit on the floor. I mean, the only thing, is this window's open for these switches. So I mean, conceivable. I mean, not that it would hurt it any at all, but it's conceivable that it just sitting on the floor with dust and everything that you could get some dust built up in here. But take the vacuum cleaner to it and suck it out. So. You want a green light? The this thing lights up. Well, here, let's actually. This doesn't have. See what the LEDs look like through this red. Um, this doesn't have any code on it except for what came on the Arduino. So it's like a test code, but it should light up if I plug it in. Yep, there you go. Saw that or not? Did again. Yep. I don't know if these have some green LEDs on them or not. If they're all red, I can't remember. Um, if you want extra color LEDs, I can put those on there too. You want like a bunch of LEDs in there that just like go. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, it's made to sit on the floor. So it's not to say I couldn't make a desktop version. I mean, if you want to throw a lot of money at it and you want a super duper fancy one, I could put one of these screens right here on a box that sits on the table, and let's see though, to remember your last thing though, I would have to include the SD card. God, that really gets into it though. We could go with the Teensy maybe with an SD card in it, make it programmable. Have the box sit on your desk. You got a little screen, and then you got a encoder, rotary encoder on there. So you're like, I don't want the F13 today. I feel like using B. B is my push to talk today. No, I mean anything. I mean you could. It's fucking. There's like it's the options are endless, right? But people don't need endless options. Mr. Palmer, what's happening? Yep. Keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, we like our stuff. Work. Work. That's all right. You got another 20 years or so. Yeah, what's up? What's the question? Question. Actually, mine came with the, or actually, it was you had to buy it separately. Sometimes you can find them in bundles, but my wheel setup is the It's the Logitech G29. It's a little bit older. They've, I think they got like a 923 now or something, but it's the one that's quote unquote PlayStation and PC. They had their Xbox version one too. But anyway, the shifter works with either one of those, all those models. It's just got looks like an old um, game port type thing that, or something like a serial port type thing that plugs into underneath the wheel. So it works like that. Now, the Eaton Fuller part of it, the shifting part goes through the wheel thing. The Eaton Fuller part with the switches on there and the extra switches I put on there, those I built and programmed myself. And all I did was use one of these Arduinos that, like I'm using this box here, and computer sees it as a joystick. So, and it's just a joystick without any axis. It's just got joystick buttons. So it's like a dead joystick that's just sitting there. And then if you throw a switch or you throw a lever or whatever, it reads the buttons and it says, oh, you press that button. And then whatever you assign that button to in the game, then it does. So to make the Eaton Fuller, I had to buy an actual Eaton Fuller um, shifter, and it wasn't that expensive. But it wasn't an electronic kind. It was like a pneumatic. I think it was pneumatic, hydraulic or pneumatic. I think it's pneumatic, and basically took the cap off, took the guts out of it, and then replaced it with some plastic interior that I cut with my CNC machine to mount the lever, and then to place the thumb switch in. Um, like I said, without a way to, depending on what there is out there. I mean, people sell them. There's places that make them and sell them, and I don't think they're too expensive. You have to look them up. I want to say they're, I don't know. I want to say they're under $100 where you just bolt it on, but I'm not sure. Maybe it might be 150. They might be selling the whole things. Let's see. Uh, yeah, a lot of people are making them. Oh, that's right. They're like $80. Got the Jake switch on there too. So it's probably similar. They've got like an Arduino or something in there acting like a joystick, and you just assign the joystick buttons. Looks like they're around $80. I mean, it's worth it. I mean, you know, for $80, it's worth it to try it out. I mean, without um, CNC or 3D printing or something like that, um, unless you go, unless you make it like I made this monitor stand, just dirty as fuck. I used my knife and I whittled it out. It's a poor man's CNC machine. Get the jigsaw out. God, those truck sim panels are like $250. It's easy to do inputs into truck sim. It just gets more complicated if you want to bring stuff out. Like people actually make truck simulators. Like people make cockpits, for airplanes for flight sim. There's a couple different ways. They've got some kind of library or API or whatever that you can access. I think a lot of people will use like tablets and stuff that either Wi-Fi or whatever through their network to access it. And then some people have made some stuff with Arduinos and stuff, but I never went digging deep enough in it to see what would need to be done to do it. So, like I said, going into the sim is easy because joysticks and keyboards, for the most part, coming out is a lot more complicated. If you want to, like, some people make like actual speedometers and shit, fuel gauges and stuff. Time is 8:34. Shit, I'm feeling kind of hungry again. You use calories. You burn calories thinking, and if you didn't know that, activities that engage your brain, you can actually even burn lower your blood sugar. I like that monitor now. It's square. I'm fucking A, dude. Good for you. God damn. I'm still at 213. Um, because the getting sick in November and holidays slowed me down. So I still got this thing going right here, but it's down from what it was. I'm not quite as thick as I was. Buongiorno to you too. Is that injection? Yeah. See, I was 237 when I started. Um, and I've been holding steady. It really over through the holidays and everything. We had a bunch of birthdays and stuff. So I've kind of come off of it, and just in my normal eating habits, I've been holding steady. But I'm trying to get my stuff back on the um, get back on the wagon, and hit it hard again. So going in the spring here, I can lose that extra 200 pounds, or not 200 pounds, extra 20 pounds. I want to get down to, well, first of all, I want to get down to 197, evaluate how much fun I'm having, and I'll probably go ahead and go down to about 188, like where you're at. Yeah, what I tell everybody when you lose weight, man, is to go to the grocery store. Like, especially if you lose 20 pounds. After you lose 20 pounds, go to the grocery store, go to the potatoes, and pick up 2 sacks of potatoes in your hands like this, and then just hold them, because it's all that weight's on your wrist, but it really gives you that, you know, even the first 10 pounds, you hold up that bag of potatoes like, God damn, and you hold two of them up, and you're like, I can't believe this is like, potato jacket, basically you put on. That's what you took off. But it brings it, because you might not see it, because your body shape and everything may not be down yet. You might notice some things, but it takes a little bit off everywhere. You lose some off your face, off your legs, off your back, so you don't notice a big thing. But you hold 2 bags of potatoes, and you're like, Jesus, 40 pounds. Go get a bag of salt, right? Salt, water softener salt. Pick that up. Yeah, my wife noticed it in my face. Coming off that first 20 pounds or so. Even after about 10 or 15 pounds, she noticed it. Started snoring less, which was good. So our server's up and running, man. When you gonna come play? When you gonna come play little role play action? Here, let's see, where's this at? Let me put that up there. Is it at? That's not it. Oh, there it is. In the corner, NRP. Mr. Zeus. Well, if you think you want to try, I mean, you can get in touch with me. But if you think you want to try 5M, GTA 5 role play, um, we got a pretty good group right now. A group of people. I mean, we're not spilling over with people. We don't have a shit ton, but the place is fully funded by players through our Tebex store. We had some what's called MLO houses, which are they're houses with interior exterior, so you can like see in the windows and see through them and stuff. So they're not like instances under the map, like apartments and things are, but they're these mansions that people can purchase a subscription to. And we had 6 of them, and all of them are leased. Basically, it's a recurring monthly subscription. It's not cheap, but people like their stuff. They like their houses and things. So that's what's funding the place, so that the owners don't have to pay out of pocket so much anymore. Um, and then any leftover they use to buy add-ons for the server and or bank for going forward. Um, but it's pretty cool. They're going to be adding more MLOs, these houses as we go along. Server can only handle so many, so once it gets to a certain level, that'll be it. Um, so, what, are you still here? We should put the let me see. I don't know if I can get to the Discord from this computer or not. Put a link up. First step would be go to our Discord. This is probably gonna have to update. Let's see what happens. This old computer I haven't been on Discord in forever on it. I'll get you a link here in a second. But you can go to the Discord, check it out, read the rules, see what it's all about. It's not GTA Online. So if you've never done it before, know that it's not GTA Online. It's not come in and just like start jacking people, and it's role play, so it's improv. It's about interaction with people. You don't you stay in character all the time. We don't talk about things outside of character. That's OOC, right? You don't talk about things that are going on in the Discord or whatever. If you're going to talk about the server, you refer to it as a city, as the city. City's under construction or something like that. Or city's been under construction. That's why it was closed down, or why nobody's been around. We've been waiting for the construction to get done so we can resume our normal activities, right? Some new homes are going to be coming up for lease up in the hills, Um, character wise, second. Good. Let's see. Here we go. There's a link. Um, Again, the rules document will be the first thing. To be able to get in the server, you'll have to react to the rules anyway with the green check mark. But like I said, you can go in and kind of look around or whatever. To be able to get on the server, you'll need to download 5M, and you'll have to set up a CFX account with them for that. I believe, like, see, I've got my GTA 5 is through Steam, so I think you go either way, like directly through Rockstar, through Steam or whatever, and then everything's got to be kind of linked up. But if you get in the Discord and you want to get in, you have trouble and you can't figure it out, that's we have tickets to help. You put in a support ticket or you ping me through there and we can work you through it and get you in. Um, in role play, people, you might not know what you want to do. There's like jobs in the city, to make money. There's like some individual job things you can do. There's some crime stuff you can do. Crime comes with risk. Um, there's places of business that you can work for. There's services that you can work for. There are, like I said, there's a number of different rules about how all this goes around. Like, if you're a cop, we don't have corrupt cops, so you can't be like, be on the take or whatever, or giving information, or there's strict rules against that. Um, but you can have more than one character. So you can have a character that's a cop, and you can have a character that's a crim. You can have a character that's a goofball or whatever. A lot of people, when they come into role play, the first thing they do, like in their first introduction, they don't know necessarily how or what they're going to do unless they've done some other kind of role play like Dungeons and Dragons before. They come in and they play it straight. Basically, they play themselves for the most part, which a lot of times they only do that for a little while and they go, fuck that character. I want to make something. They see other people and they they decide to make something a little more creative. So maybe they'll delete that character or whatever, or permit or whatever, and then they'll make another one. Yeah, insert name roleplay, NRP. um, Trying to think what else. Actually, let me look at the doc here. The way the rules are laid out, I did a lot of work on the rules. We organize them in such a way that each section is from level of importance, basically what we value at NRP, what we feel is most important. So like, I've got the first page is in a nutshell, because a lot of times people come in, they don't read, oh, I know what it is, it's the same everywhere, It's like, not really. But I laid it out in, these are things that'll get you banned. So and then a plead for them to read the rest of the rules. In the general section, these are kind of old rules that we had originally, but they weren't necessarily spelled out in the rest of the stuff. So we kind of left them up here as in a general section basically, and we've added to that. Now, when you get down to the numbered sections, it's by level of importance. So section 1 is the most important thing. It's role play over gunplay, right? Yeah, that's the actual name. Insert name. So, and what is that? Well, what is role play over gunplay? Some people, a lot of servers have, you just can't come up. Most all servers that are role play servers have, you just can't like drive up to a parking lot where some people are standing, get out of your car and just start gunning people down. So you got to have some interaction, right? You got to have some give and take. You got to have some back and forth. Well, some people will do what's called the minimum, right? Where they'll come up and they'll say, "Hey guys, how's it going?" And they'll make some small talk for this garbage for a bit, and then they'll pull a gun and they'll start shooting everybody down, And it's like, no, that doesn't fly. That's gunplay, right? So the tip on that is basically, how many ways can you role play the scenario before resorting to violence and ending the scene? When you got something going on. Now, sometimes violence happens. You get in with cops or whatever, it can escalate, right? So there's levels of escalation going back and forth. I talk about in the introduction. Some people think like car chases, foot chases, shootouts, and things like that. They think that's part of role play. Oh yeah, I'm a good role player because I can shoot people in the head. No, you're not. You're just good at playing a game, shooting people in the head. Those are action sequences. and they should immediately proceed or follow role play. So you get, if something happens and somebody gets shot down first or whatever, there better be some role play quickly following up with that. But like I said, most people when they first come in, yeah, I mean, you get a lot of young people. We're 18 plus, and sometimes we don't verify things, so sometimes we get people who are too young to be in. We eventually find out usually. Um, Either that or their behavior gets them. They violate the low profile rule, and the Saron moves on to them, and then we get them out of there. Um, the easy ones are the guys that they come in and they're using hacks or cheats and they spawn in guns or cars or some shit like that, and or money. We catch them at it. We got logs and shit that alert us to things, and and then like I said, those are easy. If you're out of here, you're gone. There's no there's no appeal. You're not here to role play. You're just here to troll. So 49.99 a month. Mind you, Tebex. The other thing is our server is compliant. So Rockstar came out when Rockstar partnered, or when CFX partnered with Rockstar. Tebex is the quote unquote the only way that you're supposed to monetize your server. You can't monetize to win. You can only monetize basically vanity things. So um, leasing or having houses as a supporter thing, as like a lease type thing, that's seen as supporting the server. So with once we had the full six, then basically we were fully funded. It cost about $250 a month to run the server. With the licenses that we have and things like that, I think that's around the number. And then Tebex takes everything you buy through Tebex. They take their pound of flesh, which is like 15%. So that's why it takes six to pay for it instead of like five. Um, Outside of that, before we started, the monetization we just started in December 26th of this year when we relaunched 2.0. But the big thing was getting everything compliant. CFX partnering with Rockstar. Part of the thing was that all the cars, all the clothes, and everything, you can't have real world items in there because there's no license for them. So if you got Nike clothes in there, or you got Ford Broncos in there, those intellectual property, they don't have a license for that, so they can shut you down. And they have shut down some servers. There's still some servers that are running that aren't compliant, but the clock's probably running on those guys before they get shut down. So that was one of our goals when we kind of shut down to start building. We needed to do an upgrade with our QB core, which is what it's all based on. 5M is the mod. QB core is a thing that somebody else made to basically allow you to run a city. It's got functions that can be plugged into it. And anyway, those get updated over time. So we were running on our old core. We made the transition, and we just did a full, complete wipe, basically. Started everybody over from scratch. And it was quite a long time to get it up and running. We were down for about 5 or 6 months. And December 26th was when we relaunched, and we're doing okay. We got our peak nights we'll get maybe 40 people on a weekend. Typically we've been hitting high 20s, low 30s. So but the people we have, it's like I always said, I would rather have a city with 40 people of really good RPers that have the mindset, have the heart, want to do it, than have a city with 60 for the population and have those 40 good people and then 20 shitheads that are don't know how to role play well. or or just are going to break rules and stuff. It's not worth that extra 20 is not worth it. Um, I'd rather have just the 40 good ones. Um, but we'll see. I expect we're going to start climbing again. We got again our at our core with our staff, our police force and stuff. The people that are we got some good committed people that are ride or die. And the thing, the fact that the place is kind of paying for itself right now, that's not a fear. And Mathis, did I ever use a? Is that 6 low pan or is that glow pan? What with Arduino for RF communication? I've never done any RF communication with Arduino, so I would have to say probably no. I've done quite a bit with Arduino though, but no RF communication yet. Haven't had that need yet. So Zeus, back to the population. What's really cool is well, here's the thing about here's what I've learned about. Hey, D Robbie 21 is now giving me a follow. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I'm not doing much right now. I'm just standing in the laboratory, talking about role play. 5M role play. I'm associated with a role play server, and we're talking to an old friend about possibly doing some role play stuff. Yeah, like I said, man, I've never done any RF communication. The best advice I have is Google is your friend. Um, dig deep, dig wide. Um, with Arduino, there's usually enough information out there that you can find what you need because it's so many people have done things. 6 low pan, huh? Yeah, I've never. That goes back to my when I stream, I've got my thing that says my motto is I will only ever be half the geek I wish I was. Right, so that's uncharted. The RF stuff for the Arduino, it's uncharted territory for me. I haven't gone there, so it's up here. I've got a lot of stuff around here, but I haven't done that, so it's over. That's over my head right now. Although, you know, given a week or two, I could probably dig into it, but I'm too busy to do that without a project. Um, so Zeus, let's see. What else was I saying? I know. I was talking about population, right? So the funny thing about 5M GTA 5 roleplay is players can seem fickle. What happens is usually people play where their friends do, right? People like to play with their buddies and pals. So you might have a group of people that are playing, and then one guy maybe somebody gets banned from the server, right? Or they find someplace else and they'll like something better over there than where they're at. So they go try it out and they go, hey, buddy, come on, try it. So buddy goes over there, and then all their other friends migrate out and go over there because people like to go where their friends are. The So in that regard, they can seem kind of fickle. They 5M players move in herds, cliques and herds and stuff. How's it going, Drake? Um, I'm just kind of chewing the fat right now. I did some soldering. With my Arduino pedal project, and I got a teensy that I did some soldering on earlier, and I'm just kind of chewing the fat right now with some friends about, and anybody in chat that's interested. 5M GTA 5 roleplay. I'm associated with a roleplay server, so I'm just kind of talking about that. So the other part, Zeus, about the population is what I found is when a city hits 80 people. Oh, that's right, you were. Okay, I'm sorry. See, because I'm streaming under. I was thinking you were somebody else. I'm streaming under makers and stuff. So we're back up. 2.0's up and running. I'm talking to Zara Spook, who's an old friend of mine, about maybe coming back in or coming in and trying it out. He's never done role play. But what's where it gets real magical is 80. You get 80 people in the server, and that was a magic number. When that happens, it's like things are happening everywhere. It really becomes a bustling metropolis at 80 people. Our server set it like there's different tiers of server hosting, and we were at 128 before. We never peaked there. I think we peaked like in 1.0, like at 90 something one time. We were usually in the 60s till it trickled out. But 80 is kind of a magic number. Right now we're set at 64 as our max. So if we max out there, we'll probably, I don't know how soon they would up it. I mean, it would have to be something drastic for us to up it pretty quick. But we start getting a queue or something at 64, then we'll up it to 128, I would imagine. So Drake, okay, here I'll show you. Here I'll show you up close. This is a push to talk foot pedal, and this is it's all hardware, no software required. Arduino, I've got dip switches in here so that you can select what key you want for the pedal to activate. So any key on the keyboard, default key is going to be the F13 key. What's the F13 key? I don't have an F13 key on my keyboard. No, but your computer knows it. Old IBM keyboards used to have F1 through F24, so those are available. But with the dip switches, you can also make it left control, left shift, right shift, whatever you want. And you can also make it joystick buttons. I'm going to put those in there. So you can have, I'll probably put them in the mid-range somewhere, not do like 1 and 2, because those are used for a lot of people, use those for a lot, and sometimes different games will read a joystick 1. I've had that happen before where a game read like controller button 1 the same on all devices. Some smart programs like Flight Sim can tell the difference. But the other thing I can put in there, and this is what I'm going to try on this. I haven't done it, but I'm also going to include the option to make it a mouse buttons too. So if you want to have a mouse button for push to talk as on a foot pedal, then I'll have that in there too. that's my plan anyway. I've done keyboard and joystick together and have them work, send them both things or whatever. But I haven't included. I've never done the mouse library, but it should work fine. What was the other thing I did? I soldered the pins on this teensy. Did that earlier. This is the oh, there's the other bricks calling for Drake to come back. If I can get this thing working right the way I want to, this is going to be the next version of my button box. Have you ever seen my button box, Drake? We don't have hard feelings, dude. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. There, you can rejoin the Discord. Oh, in 2.0, if you permit anybody, you can bring them back. But if you don't want to come back, that's fine too. I don't want to force you to come back if you don't want to. I like where we're going right now so far, though. Um, it's not. It's. But that's not just means for everybody, though. Everybody's got their own tastes and flavors. Right now, it feels good. Oh, dude, Spencer's new character, Ray, Officer Ray or Trooper Ray. Yeah, he's knocked it out of the park with Ray. I'm burning calories standing here talking to the internets. I'm gonna be exhausted tonight. I'll be right back. Do you ever see this on one of my other streams, Ray? Or Ray Drake? Thinking Ray in the brain. This is my button box. And this has two Arduinos to run it. And hopefully, the next version, I'll just need one of these, just this, and it can do everything that these two Arduinos are doing. And it's got a built this Teensy has a built-in SD card reader, so I don't have to add that in either. So it can save space in here. This is it's a multifunction button box. Um, I use it in 5M to send macros. So like if I want Melvin to wave, I hit a button, and then it sends the T to open up the chat. It sends /E space wave 123 whatever. Dances. It can do all that stuff. It can also send joystick buttons. It can send keyboard keys, and as well as other things. But this is my masterpiece. This is the greatest thing I've ever made as far as complexity. Yeah, it's a homemade stream deck basically, and I use it to control my stream too. I've got I use these bottom buttons here. The Stream Deck has an API that works with OBS, like a plugin or whatever. OBS doesn't recognize joystick buttons, unfortunately, because I was going to use that as the default. But it does recognize F13 through F24, so I use those to control my stream. If I need to, like, turn cameras on or and off and stuff. So yeah, it's a homemade Stream Deck Plus. What's bad about it is not, how the Stream Deck's got those little graphical buttons so you can easily look. I don't have that. I got a field of 20 buttons here and then 6 buttons down here. I've got 2 encoders and then 2 send buttons. So the basic operation is, because there's so many things, like on the and I have to manually load it too. So like the emotes, there's like over 500 emotes in the server. There's slash commands, for like to take your hat off or whatever, your shirt and things, and all the car slash commands and stuff. Those are all in here. The dances are in here, but I have to go through there. Like in 2.0, I haven't gone through. So there's some things I don't have in here that we've added in 2.0. So I need to go back through, pull this SD card out, basically make my text files, load them up on here, and then when I turn this on, it'll read those directories and those files, and then loads them up when I dial up the directory. After that's inserted in there, then if I want to assign something to a button, like a certain wave or whatever, I'll dial it up, and then to program it, this has got a button on here. I'll hold this button down and then press this button, and it'll save it. So anytime I press this button, it'll do that action. And it could be anything. I mean, I could have this send just send a key press, like a keyboard key press. I could have it send a joystick button, or I could have it send one of those macros from 5M. It knows, it's been programmed to know, for each category. So, keyboard presses are their own category, joysticks are their own category, and then like the other stuff, the macros, it just sends those. The screen on this is kind of limited because it's just a character liquid crystal screen, so it's got 4 lines going across, and they're like 20 characters across, so you're kind of limited on what you can have. But I've kind of divided it into, because I got 2 encoders on here, so you can basically have 2 categories up to browse it at the same time. So I could have, like, say, emotes on the top one, and then I can dial up, say, dances or something on the bottom, or maybe slash commands. So if I want to manually, they're alphabetically stored in there. If I want to scroll through, I can do this to find something. For depending on what your character is, like, or certain things that you like to do, like I think I put clothing like down here on these things. Stuff that your character does all the time, a certain wave or a certain dance or something. You just organize it however you want to. The initial way I did it was, these were the send buttons here, so you could preload it by pressing a button and it would show up. So I press this, and on the, like, there's basically the top side and the bottom side. So if something was saved on the top side, it would show up here. If something saved on the bottom side, it would show up down here. I could save these buttons and make them bottom or top. It doesn't matter. It's just whatever was saved associated with the encoders. So I just kind of usually keep them segregated like that. But like say if I'm running emotes, I go like, oh shit, let's see, what was this one? I can't remember. I hit this, it brings it up. It doesn't send it yet until I press this. Or I press this button again, and then it'll send it once it's been preloaded. Now I do have another button over here that can toggle an operation so it can be instant fire. So if I know what I want to send, I can have this up. I'm not worried about preview. I know what I want to send. Like say it's joystick buttons. For like truck sim or something like that. And I don't want to preview it. I just want it to send immediately because joystick buttons would be numbered. Um, however I saved them. And then so I just hit it and boom, it sends it. But it'll do the same with macros. So like if I know like a high or something like that, I can just hit it and it would send it immediately. I wouldn't have to hit it twice. The other thing is there's these buttons over here is basically page down, page up. I've got 10 pages, 10 layers of stuff. So, and when I initially programmed it, I also have it for different games if you want. So I could have I could have it specifically for INRP if you played at another place, or let's say you played on RedM. I can have a RedM set up for you, and then there's with all those 10 pages is enough to do anything you need to do for the most part. Um, I kept adding stuff to it as I went along, where it just gets more complicated. There's some things in here that it does that I forgot about that I had to I'm like, oh, I forgot I did that. Like, you get in the zone, you start coding, and once you get all the buttons working and everything, you know, um, you get these ideas like, oh, let's add this feature, let's add that feature, and it's just like overload. And then there's stuff that you use all the time, and then there's stuff that maybe you don't need to use. The This thing uses two Arduinos. One of them is a Pro Micro, which acts like that's the thing that acts like a keyboard, a mouse, or joystick. The other Arduino is an Arduino Mega Pro Mini, which is a smaller form factor than a big Mega. So you can put it in a smaller package like this, and that's the main brains. That runs the screen, that runs um, the memory card because that takes a lot of memory. As far as like just being able to access it, send stuff, read stuff, it takes a lot of program memory on the part of the Arduino. All the buttons, like I said, the screen, everything is run on the Mega. The only thing the Pro Micro does is it communicates with the Mega. When the Mega wants to send something to the computer, a macro, it tells the Pro Micro, hey, send this through. And the Pro Micro goes, okay. And the Mega will tell it what it wants sent through, on what kind it is. Is this just a letter, or is this just a key, or is this a macro, or is this a joystick button? And then the Pro Micro will, by what gets sent through, it goes, okay. And then I made this handy dandy. It's kind of janky, but it's a CNC machine and cut out a stand for it so it holds it up a little higher. Then I put this in front of my shifter, and I use this for truck sim as well for some extra things. Like I said, I need to go through our server and go through all the emotes and cross check them and write them all down. And because we got rid of some too, so I've got some in here that actually aren't in the server. That's the downside to it. If I was really good, I would make it so that I could upload to the Mega Arduino to write the file, so I could just have the text file on my computer instead of having to take the little card out, put it in my computer, copy the files over, and then put the card back in. I would make it through so I could send it through the COM port, but I would probably need to write a little piece of send software on the computer to do, and then have this thing be able to recognize what's coming through and go, oh, he's sending something to us. Let's write these files, and then it'd have to write the files and everything, and that's really complicated. Zeus, you said you saw someone with a GUI to do things. What are you referring to? I've talked about a lot of shit since I didn't see that. Oh yeah, so in the game, there's two ways to do it. So like the dance and everything, there's sometimes it really depends on the server and how it's set up. So like sometimes there's like this wheel, like hit F1 and you have this wheel that comes up and you can select things and you go down through tables, of selections and stuff. And we have some things that operate that way. But usually for all those things, there's also a command for a text command. So you can do macros or you can access, because sometimes you can access things quicker by typing than um, going through tables. Now our emotes is on a different one. I can't remember what it is to bring up one of the F keys. F2 or F3 brings up the emote thing, and then there's like the regular emotes. There's dance emotes. There's walks. There's all kinds of things in there. So you have to scroll through with your mouse, and that's where this can be a lot more efficient if you know, like say ahead of time, things that your character wants to do. Then you can go through and pre-program them. Cracky backy. Ah, there we go. I need to do some computer build work because I was talking about it earlier, my PC. I'm not sure if it's things are running right in or not, but I got new guts for it, except for the video card. I'm keeping the video card, but I'm going to replace everything else in it. And so I need to do some shuffling. And I'm not sure what I want to do. Um, this thing right here, it's an older machine. God, what do we got in this thing anyway? I think this is the let's see. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Device manager. Got in this thing. That's not what I want. Uh, here we go. Oh yeah, this is an old. This is an old. This has got a Sandy Bridge in it, man. i5 2500K. That's how old this thing is. Second gen. So I use it to run my CNC machine, and the thing is like my other machine is not bad, but I might want to swap the functionality out where I maybe put it in this one's place. I've got an old case here that's got an older machine in it. It used to be the closet computer that we used to back things up to, and I think I'm going to put my current machine in that, and then build the new one, and then maybe maneuver that one into this position. But I'm not sure. Or I could do there to there, there to there, and then build. So that's my problem. I talk about this all the time. The paralysis by analysis. Thinking about what to do, because once I get tearing into that, I'm stressed about it. Stressed about updating the computer. Why? Because everything that has to go into um, installing everything and getting everything running right. Downtime. Um, I've got NAS backup and everything, so I got all my important files and stuff backed up, but it's just a matter of getting everything organized after doing it. .486 DX275. I remember that. I had one of those. I had a SX25 that had the overdrive socket, and you could put a DX. I'd put a DX75 uh, in that overdrive socket and took that Packer Bell and made it brand new again to where it played Descent like nobody's business. Tripled the speed. I was looking up the other day because I got to thinking about like, I wonder if there's data on it out there. Do you remember Kali? Using Kali to play IPX games over TCP? And it's actually still around there for it's still around for like legacy type shit. I mean, it's free. It's out there. It's not being updated. I think it was though was updated as maybe late as 2014 or some shit. It was for mostly it's for DOS, basically playing IPX games over the internet, dial-up internet. And then when Windows 95 came out, they had a new version that they made Kali 95, so it worked in Windows. And it's same thing though. So like some of the old multiplayer games back in the early ons, like God, I think Command and Conquer maybe, and maybe the old Warcraft games. They used IPX protocol, and to be able to play them over the internet, you need TCP/IP protocol. So it was like a wrapper basically. So it took your IPX stuff, wrapped it up, sent it through, and then unwrapped it on the other side. Whoever you were playing with. Doom. I think Doom was one of the first games that it was utilized with too. It's crazy, man. Fucking 30 years ago. Yeah, I had a low, relatively low number. I think it was like 1837 or something like that. My Kali ID number, and it's like I got in kind of early on it, and they had tens of thousands, I think, if not hundreds of thousands of sales. Oh, let's see, what time is it? Been doing this for 4 hours. I think it's time maybe I shut this down and go eat some food. Let me see. Can I whisper to you? Did you join that Discord, by the way? Did you join our Discord? If you did, I can talk to you in there. Mr. Palmer did. Oh, okay. What'd you do? Do something? Get yourself banned by Discord? Or are you just being old? I'm an old guy. I don't know how to. Where's the Where's Roger Wilco plug in? That's what I use. Let me whisper. Did somebody else whisper to me? No, that ain't it. I don't even know how to whisper. Uh, The spook. Did it come up? Where's it at? Try to. Oh, here it is. Nope, that ain't it. God damn it. I can't figure it out, man. Nothing's coming up. Here. I hit whisper. There it is. Oh, that been blocked? You have block whispers. Oh. He's not a stranger. There we go. Hi. There, you're not blocked now. I'm gonna have to eat some nerds if we're gonna talk some more. What to have for? It's not even lunchtime. It's only 9:30. I've been up since like 2 or something. Did you see the whisper notification? Beach down, beach down. We actually have in our I don't use any messenger. I use Discord for everything. We actually got a guy in our server. His name is Beach. Not the same guy by any means, but he goes by Lucky Beach. He's one of our. He runs the state police. He's a pretty good guy. Once you get Discord set up, that's the best way to get a hold of me. Friend me on Discord, and then you can get me anywhere. I need backup. Too late. Beach down, beach down, beach down. So, dude, you're gonna spawn right back in. Yeah, you don't need to announce it. We're all been down like 6 times. He was deep in it, man. For those that don't know what we're talking about, inside joke. Inside joke that goes back 24, 5, 6, 7 years. Good God. Combat Flight Simulator 1. Me and Czar Spook used to play Combat Flight Simulator 1 with some other people. and that was back in the days of the Microsoft. Um, what was it called? What was that? The web presence where we hooked up. The fuck was that called? It was like the Microsoft Game. I want to say Network, but that wasn't it. It was yeah, we did. Um, what the fuck was that called? Gaming Zone. Microsoft Gaming Zone. You could play cards there. You know, they had little stupid games. I like the card games; those were fun. But then they had the hookups, you know, for all the multiplayer games. It was game matching, is what it was, and it was wonderful. Go into the game lobbies, you know, talk shit, and get get your groups together, you know, and then enter in a room, you know. Flight simulator, combat flight simulator. I remember some of the other games. CFS 2, then CFS 3, which was a pretty good game, and I got pretty good at. But it was never as good because they didn't have the lobbies. You know, it was around the time I think they started to get rid of the zone. Oh yeah, but shit, I remember running DOS stuff, running uh, AutoExec bat files with selections depending on what game I was going to run. If you're going to run this game, then I need this high mem setup. I'm going to run this game. I need this high mem setup with the sound blaster and yeah, RQ. Crazy stuff. I don't know, man. The golden age of overclocking for me, that Discovery, the old Celeron 300, overclocked to 450 because it would run at the basically 100 hertz base frequency, and it was a $70 processor, the Celeron 300. It had 128K on die cache, and it gave you the same or better performance as a Pentium 2 450 in games, because a Pentium 2 450 it was operated at the same speed, but the 2 450 had a bigger cache, but its cache was side loaded on that extra card, and it ran slower. The 128K on die cache could just zip it through real quick. Yeah, it was, man. That was, like I said, that was the golden age. I'm like, I overclocked my last build that I did in 2019. This new one, I'm not even gonna bother with it. I'm gonna go ahead and set the EX or the XP whatever thing and just let it do what it does. Uh-oh. Structure's calling. Hey, scripts are in. Could have been. I don't know. I mean, I was always into that. Well, I was looking into it. I mean, I'd tinkered with some other things before. Um, trying to think what I had before that. I think I may have had some AMD chips at some point before that. We had when I was living in that was when I was living in Indianapolis, and we had there was a place. It was called Evergreen, I think, and it was kind of like what Newegg was, but it was a local store. It was like in a warehouse. It is in this warehouse district on in Indianapolis, and everybody that I worked with or whatever that was computer nerds, everybody knew about it. And we all went there, and but then it was shortly after that, around that time. Well, whenever it was, Newegg popped out around 2000, I think. Um, then there was no need for to go to stores like that. You could just find what you want, and they had it. I reckon so. My first button board. I did this, and I'm like, ugh. And then I made this. It's the evolution. What I love about this board is my wire work. Tynan motherboard. Is that what you're saying? I don't even remember. Um, 8-bit. 8-bit was a good motherboard for a time. The funny thing about what we learned about computer builds was that whoever was on top didn't stay on top. So like, 8-bit had a good run with some really good quality motherboards that could do things. So you think, oh, they make good quality products. And then the next iteration of a processor or something, you go buy an 8-bit board and it was shit. Then like Asus was the top, or Gigabyte or somebody had the best board. Recently I've been buying, most of the motherboards I've been getting have been MSI. Um, I've kind of been going MSI. The laptops that I've purchased, which has been a long time, but were MSIs as well. Actually, I've got one it's in the other room that I need to see if I can troubleshoot and fix. The Windows killed the sound card on it. Didn't recognize it, so it's either a hardware problem or it's a Windows problem. It's probably a Windows problem. I need a stool here. What I need. So, all right. Well, I'm gonna jump off here. I think. Hang this up. Had some good support earlier. Got me to my sub goal for this month. So now I might have to make a bonus sub goal. And so we had Saminus gave us I gotta go back and look because I can't remember. Saminus gave us a sub, and what tier? Tier, or I think he was the one that gifted Tier the sub. Lucky Beach gave us shit ton of gift subs. Close. I can't. I'm trying to read it. Can't read it over here. I can't read these screens. Yeah, what did it say there? like 3 gift subs, but he gave like I think he gave some more before that too. So, all right, man. Catch y'all later. Who knows? I might stream later today. I might be back on the maybe stream some 5M tonight. We'll see.